Hi, we'll say hello. I'm going to do the nightly video for all of us, for ourselves, and for all of our members. So I'll be here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to punch up. I love this situation. This is what I love about futures, right? We gapped up. You were either on it or you weren't. There wasn't much, a couple of little opportunities. We had a little modest catch, and then we decided, well, we'll just wait. We'll just wait. We'll have access tonight. We can work our systems overnight. And so I love coming in and trying to get the pullback. You don't see the gap here, but if you put up the SPY on a daily, you can certainly see the gap. And if you put it up like on a 5 minute, you'll see the gap. And what we want to do is we want to see if we can go down tonight in the futures market and fill that gap. If we do, it's going to be a real big payday. So we shall see. So the strategy is working and Swing Machine is doing its thing, but that's what we're waiting for. And if we come in and fill that gap real hard, maybe we gap down. Wouldn't that be something? So it's unusual to do something like that, but it's possible. It's possible. Um, I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. We are mechanical robot assisted traders. If you've stumbled across us, it's a bit of a miracle because we really don't advertise, but we just keep growing and growing. It's phenomenal for us, right? It is. It is. It's hard to believe. When we started, I didn't think there'd be anybody out there, but you are. You are out there. And so don't hesitate. Any questions, let us know. And let us punch this back up here. I think we're going to get it. There we go. There we go. That's us. That was our little catch earlier today, and then we signed off, and we didn't do much of anything else in the afternoon, and nor did the market. There's a couple. This is actually tonight. What we took it down, if you remember, we took it down with 3 micros. Then I think we took it up a little bit. We should have probably just stayed put, but because that turned out to be a big trade. But now we're up in here, right? We're up in the upper reaches of this range, and we're thinking down. We're thinking there's a gap in here, and we're thinking that's going to get tested. So we shall see. And we will hopefully, if we're still alive come midnight, we will set up the systems to protect us overnight and see if we can make money while we sleep. That's always a fun thing. Enjoy. Any questions, let us know. Yeah, no problem. Is it Nick? Yeah, no problem. Reach out anytime. It's a little too late tonight, but 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. any day you can call. And if I'm available, I'll pick up. If I can't, you leave me a time and I can always call folks back. Nick, I don't know where you're watching from, but be sure to visit the site. It'll answer a lot of questions, and then jot down the questions you still have, and I'm happy to address those personally. And if anyone else has questions in the chat. Now, last night we mentioned this was the big move. Well, this is the move that came in at night. I'm sorry, at 8:30. At 8:30, and um, I was on the phone actually, so I wasn't here for that. The machine went long here at about 4 in the morning in advance of that, and then Maryland, beautiful, and then took off. Now on the SPY, on the public markets, they gapped them, so there's a gap up. So the question is going to be, in fact, I think I got it over here. Let's go see if we can look if I still got it. So here's the gap. So this is what it looks like, right? This is a 5 minute chart, a 5 minute. So the public markets get gapped up here. So we on a 5 minute basis. So we run up, we draw back, and we look at the low end of that gap. What is that? It is 589.20. And then what do we do over here? What's the low? 589.50. And they couldn't take it out. And then it's like, okay, then we'll go back up. They go back up and they make a higher high. So here's this gap, and it shows up on a daily chart, shows up on all the intraday. Is it a breakaway gap? Boy, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, CPI, we don't, yeah. The machines had picked up on it before, right? So if you've been following us for any length of time, we don't follow, you know, we're aware of those narratives and stuff, but we don't follow any of that, right? Um, it's money flow, right? So, and that's what it is. But how do you know it wasn't, the peace deal in the Mideast? Could have been the peace deal, right? Our machines picked up on it at 4 in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then the CPI. And then, in fact, my interpretation of the CPI is that it's bearish. I think it's not good. I think it's actually bearish. We'll see. If that's the case, though, what we are going to see, gap ups always get filled. Now, it can be months, can be years, but they always get filled. Now, usually it's in a matter of days. So, and it could be as early as tomorrow. So that'll be the marker that we want to see. If we trade 1, 2 ticks below that, down will come. And the likelihood is we'll come right to the top. When it does do it, they'll come right to the top here. And then machines will be like, what are we going to do? Are we going to go back up or are we going to crap out? And we're going to have to wait and see. Now, we're not going to forecast that. We're going to let our machines trade. But tonight, though, what we're going after, right? So we sat out, we made a little bit of money. We just traded a few micros with the folks on YouTube. And but now we're coming in and we're going to see if we can get into this gap here tonight. And if we do, we're up in here with a mini, I don't know, that'll be, a few grand. So, um, but we'll see. I wouldn't trade it that way because we'll go back. You don't have everything that we have, and I wouldn't want to see anyone get hurt. Once again, everyone, we'll say thank you for stopping by. I'm Bagadon. This is Stock Market Caddy, and we're picking up. I didn't expect to come in this evening, but I love days like today. We did not catch the big move. The machine caught it. The machine most definitely did. The 5 minute went long at about 3:30 in the morning, and that's why I think you never know what it was, was it CPI? Was it the East? Like I say, I think the CPI is a bearish report, but I mean, but the market did jump afterwards. So it is what it is. But by the time we punched up this morning, that move was fully underway, and that's what you're seeing here. That's the big spike. The machine was in over here at 3:30 in the morning. This is 8:35. We traded a few micros to the dark side in here, and then traded 3 micros coming back up. We got out a little early. I had some work to do, and we deposited 129 bucks. Nothing big. Market stayed up in here in the high end of the range, and now we're up here. What we're fishing for tonight, and we'll be doing this overnight too. This YouTube session will be up for probably about 11:30 midnight, no later. But we'll have our machines on this, and we're looking for potentially a pullback. Even if we can get a pullback to the top of the gap, we'll do very well. If for some reason this CPI was some sort of a knee jerk, let's burn the shorts who got short in the hole type thing, and they could turn right around and burn all the longs too. And I'm not forecasting it, be very unusual that we could be right back down the other side. And if we fill that gap and or ever gap down, then really look out. I'm not expecting that. We don't have anything from our algos suggesting that. We don't. But we do think that we can make a pretty good trade here overnight. And with the machinery, I can have the machinery on it, protect our profits, um, or protect our flank, shoot for an outsized profit. And if we get it, great. If we don't, no problem. And we'll regroup in the morning. That's the plan anyway. So, but you're welcome to watch. And this is the Nasdaq, of course, and it's pretty quiet right now. The move though came, everyone thinks the move came at 8:35. I mean, it did. I mean, it did, but the buying really started back here on all the markets right at about 3:30 in the morning. So was that the East news? Was this just, um, you know, it is what it is, right? Doesn't matter when it comes to the narratives. Signals, trade signals over noise, right? That's what we're about. Trade signals over noise. So I don't want to add to it, right? It's fruitless. It's pointless. Unless you want to just chat, about economics, and I'm okay with that, but just don't trade off of any of it because it's a pseudo science, fake science. Any questions, let us know. Anything you want to see. If you have an interest in options, you want to know what the best options are for the next few days, let me know. I'll show you and let me know. And or you want me to plug in any one of your stocks. We mentioned the other day that we thought Tesla was a pretty good buy. That worked out pretty well. That delivered a few grand. We also commented to our members on the nightly report the other night that that company, I think it's Cadence Software, looked really good. That really popped. We also mentioned Netflix. That really popped. And so we trade options too. More, more signals than we have money for. But if you want us to punch in your stock, your market, and or if you're an options trader and you want to know, Don, can you let me show you? Let me just go there. Just in case we got some option traders. So we'll open this up and let me just show you. Here they are. So this tool is giving you, these are the stocks that this tool is suggesting. This is over 30 to 45 days. And this is what it's suggesting. Doesn't, I don't know what it's going to do tomorrow, but with options, we're just trying to hit the side of the barn. Now, whether you do it at the money, you go down on the delta a little bit, if you got some trading acumen, but these are going to be the most highly probable trades that you could get. Or on the dark side, here are the shorts or fades. Please double check though, because we're in earnings season. So I wouldn't do this with any stock that's expected to have earnings. And iSurge looks like it's gearing up for earnings. I'm not sure. But let me show you, we got a ton of them now, right? So here they are. Here are all the stocks over on the left. This is what our members get to see, one of the things they get to see every night. And there they all are. And this is where we get them. And then we take them from here, then we can look at them on a chart if you so want to do that. Now, if you're familiar with iron condors, let's get the iron condors. These stocks represent the iron condors. They show up on both sides of the ball because an iron condor is neither bullish nor bearish. It's, hoping and playing for it to stay in the middle. And it could, right? It could. And time is on your side. And there they are. Those are the stocks. So you want to get out your shopping list, go back on this video and take a peek, and you can grade us on how we do. Hopefully you get a few. Then let's go look. Let's see. This is the intraday. See, this is it was 28 hours ago, the 60-minute went long on the ES on the hour. There's 5 grand. NQ 14 hours ago, there's 2,200. The Russell was 49. That was like 2 days ago. There's 3,200. This was the big tell. See the VIX on Swing Machine? It went short 52 hours ago. That was 2.5 days ago. That's why we were telling our members last night, keep your left hand high. They might run this. They might pop us. So if you got long-term bearish puts on, you might want to get some short-dated calls on because they're getting ready to bounce it. And then the YM. So we need, and here's Tesla, by the way. Look at Tesla. This is on a 60-minute Tesla. I did this on a live YouTube, right? And it went long at, this is kind of crazy. It went long at 412 and it delivered 15 points. We were suggesting getting long was the other day when Tesla was at 406, and then it pulled back to 395, and people are saying, "What the hell? That guy don't know shit. He cost me 89 bucks on Tesla." No, no, we actually told our members that was actually even a better opportunity. Get long Tesla. So just don't take Tesla. Don't let Tesla come back underneath 412. Let's see, what else can we show you? So much, so much. Here's the Renko chart, and this is where we were last night. We were right here for our members, and they get to see this in the video. We mapped it out for them. This is on the S&P. We can do this with any and every market, but this dot here was the buy, and it showed up right there. So if you bought here, right in here, this is 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 bucks today. Boom. Now we're in the middle of the range. So are we going up here? Maybe. We're going to break through? Maybe. Don't know. Kind of doubt it, but maybe. We could pull back. Then are we going to put it on that? We're going to break that? Maybe. Don't know. And then we might, or we might do this. Clear and boom to the moon. Maybe, right? That's about it, right? And you're going to go from person to person to person, and they're going to be mapping and charting. And the only problem is that they don't give you anything else, and it's just kind of hieroglyphics. And our machines can track all that real time. And if they bring it back, we'll go this way. If they go that way, and our risk will be mapped, will be capped, and we try to let our winners run, that sort of thing. But let's clear up that stuff. Right now, that's where the market is. And let's see. The other great tool is the Pebble, which we love. And I've shown you this. This was the Pebble Beach today. So this is a radar that we used before. We still use, but we used it before Swing Machine. And here's Pebble. All these signals are today. All these stocks, all these buys, they're all today. Now the purse is based on a $10,000 investment. Now you could have used more. You would have been better to use options. So $10,000, that's a 6% move off of that signal. And let's clear that. I still got writing over there. Yeah, I know, Gracie. That's the money cat. There we go. So we even here we got one cell and but every single signal, how many are there? Let's come over here and show you. There are 500 stocks and there were today 35 or 36 signals and we're profitable in every single one. Every single one. Mm, not bad. Not bad. So if you like to trade stocks, here's Home Depot. I love this tool. It's a really, really good tool. Now, if it's a gap up, it's possible we didn't get it. The entry price here on WFC was 71. Let me see. Could we have gotten it? Not today, but you probably got another signal yesterday at around 71. It probably signaled in here yesterday too. So it'll repeat. I have it so that it'll repeat the signal for 3 days. Um, but you can you can adjust that. If it's on your desktop, you can have it just show up for one day and then it'll go away. So for instance, the signal would have signaled here yesterday, and that would have been a great one because then it did that. Um, and then, but I have it showing this the first signal, this the second, and then the third day, it could possibly even signal again tomorrow. I leave it at 3 because I don't want to miss any, but another person might say, I only want to see the first one because I want the very optimum, which it would be. But and I'm usually using options, so I don't feel as though I have to get the optimum. I just want to make sure I don't miss them, and I hit the side of the barn. Um, let's see, what else would you like to see? And this is the VIX. So the 9-day spot VIX is still risk off. This went risk off, pause, risk off. But see the VIX futures, they went risk on. They were risk off for 3 days. Boom, today they confirm risk on. So that's always a problem. You know, those of us who like the sell-offs, we want risk off. We want all risk off here, but we definitely would like to see risk off here. And it could come in. It could happen pretty fast. It could happen overnight. But so we keep a real close eye on the VIX, and the machines do too. So let's slide back, and this is where we be. And let's see if we can, oops. No, I hate when I do that. There we go. This chart looks a little off though, doesn't it? Let me widen it out here a little. There we go, so we can see the action. So what we would like to see is if this can, it touched it once. This was us, I think, earlier today. We run up, we were out, we faded it, we bought out a little bit with micros, and then it's doing this, and now we're in here. And we just don't want to be up here tonight. We don't want to go up there. And if we can come down, break this, and go chase that gap, and then we'll get a big fat trade. And I'll set the machines, when I get ready to go to bed, I'll set the machines on it. And so we, at minimum, won't lose any money, hopefully. We shouldn't. I'll set a mild stop and then see if we can catch a big fat tuna overnight. You've got to have a platform and the tools. And I got to tell you, I know the other platforms are fine and I know they're good, but they're kind of like toys. I can't tell you how good tools and the numerous tools available at TradeStation. I work with it every day for years and years and years, and it's still overwhelming to me. Not overwhelming, but I haven't yet. There are things I still haven't yet explored. It's really phenomenal. I can't rave about it enough. It's a surgical tool. I used to bring, some of the latest instruments to surgeons. Some of those instruments would fill the back of a van. Very, very sophisticated, very, very detailed, because it was surgery. That's what TradeStation is. It's surgical trading, the way we use it. We just equate it to golf because it's a little bit more fun. So any questions, let us know. Be sure to visit the site. I'm not suggesting that everyone do this. I'm not. I was here early this morning, right? I'm here now. Why? I want to be. I love doing this. This is a hoot to me. Are you kidding? When I think about, all the miles I used to have to fly, meetings, conference calls, paperwork, bullshit bosses, and then at one time I was a bullshit boss. Man, I wasn't a bad boss, but I was a boss at one point. All the headaches. You're never really the boss. Because then you got, even the bosses got bosses. So, but I don't have any of that shit anymore. Don't have to do it. And nor does Susan. It's a great life. If you have a passion for it, and you want to get away from trading the greed and the fear, this is a classic example of why we trade futures. The liquidity is good, not as great now as it is during the day, but it's still very good. But also, the markets are open. We can trade. The public markets, the guy who's trading the stocks or the S&P or the QQQs, he's got to wait until 9:30. And today he waited till 9:30 and the market blew past him at 8:35. He's sitting there twiddling his thumbs. Crazy, crazy. And you buy stock, get gapped down, you get gapped up, using way too much capital, way too much time, following candles, following moving averages. Oh my God. You know, that's. We trade futures intraday, intra-evening. Then as we go out, 35, 45 days is our sweet spot. We trade options because our risk is defined. Then if we want to invest, and we cover this in the Q school, we're very, very good investors. We know what to look for. We know how to, and we will use fundamentals. But an investment is something I'm not going to use leverage. I'm going to average in and I'm going to hold that son of a bitch for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. But it's going to have good fundamentals. And it isn't going to be crypto. I'm sorry, I don't subscribe to it. You might. Congrats. Have a good time. Just learn how to hedge it so that you don't get wiped out. But that would be the only thing I would say um, on it. But at the moment, I'm not terribly invested because the overall market is, I think, extremely fragile, extremely rich. And one of the things that I know is that a rising tide will raise all boats, whether they deserve it or not. Even if they got holes in their boat, it'll bring them up, and a lowering tide will take them all down, and even the good ones. And Bagger would rather get up early and stay up late and pat my cat, do some reading, get some exercise and talk with you all and make a little bit of a jing. There are 24 trading days in a month. That's it. Take Fridays off. There are 20. If you trade on Sunday nights, 20. $100 a day is 2,000 a month. 200 a day is 4,000. 500 is 10,000. You want to make $1,000 a day? I get it. It'll be $20,000 a month. Be 200 grand a year. If you don't have any trading experience, you don't have any trading success, yeah, you're probably not going to do that your first year. Probably not. Then again, you might. You might even do better. And we have had members with no trading experience. We have one gentleman, he came in, no trading experience, and he blew us away. blew us away, and he is done and done. He's a multi-millionaire. His name is Logan. He's from Utah. I'm not going to keep his privacy. You can find some of his videos, and I think his story. I think his story. I don't know if it's still up on the website. I gotta maybe update it. I may have updated that video, um, but it's there. And real person, smart, but smart kid, right? He had no trading experience, but he was smart, and he worked really hard, and he was great on his feet, and he made a good amount of money trading futures. And then he did go after Ethereum. He was right place, right time, but he put himself there, and he blew it out. Absolutely blew it out. It's not a zero-sum game. His success doesn't take anything away from me. He's not in competition. You're not in competition with me. You're not in competition with anyone else. And if you haven't realized, our members, they wish you well. They wish each other well, but they really don't care what I do. They don't really care what anyone else does. They're only interested in what they do. Our motto is learn to trade your game. When you're out on the golf course, the caddy can't hit the shot. Okay, can't do it. And your playing partner, he can't hit the shot. You're going to have to hit it. You're going to have to get the ball in the hole for 18. And you can't stand up on the tee and just hit one shot and say, I'm done. But you can't quit after a couple of, you don't have to play every single day. You don't, you know. All right, I won't ramble on. I'm going to let you watch, and we're going to compress the nightly video and get it out to everybody. It'll be out, and folks are listening. It'll be out in the next 10, 15 minutes for members. Have fun. What's nice about micros too, by the way, I'm right back. This was done with 3 micros, right? So if you came in with 10 micros, it would be, be the same amount of leverage and be equal to a mini. But then maybe you take half off, right? You could scale, right? You could scale in, scale out, and adjust your leverage. You don't have to be balls to the wall, I'm all in, I'm all out, I'm all in, I'm all out. You don't have to do that either. By the way, this is a great little tool. This is the GPS near indicator. This is the distant indicator. Let me see if I can. Well, I can't. It's hiding behind here, but it's a momentum indicator. So we can see that the distant indicator was really, really flattening out. So the momentum was when we were up here. See, we actually have a tool that we're working on. It's still a beta, and what it doesn't really markets don't move miles per hour. They don't, but we actually created a synthetic miles per hour. And so what will happen is this tool is designed to measure the speed at which we get to a certain height. And then you'll be able to see it, make note of it. Then when the market pulls back and we go back up to the same height, then you look at the speed at which we got there. And if it's off, so like if we went up here and it was moving at 70 miles an hour, and that's what it says. It says it's not miles per hour, but we didn't know how else to record speed. So we said miles per hour. And this one's going 20 miles an hour. Guess what? You're going to fall down. Now, I don't have that tool up here, but we do have it and we are working on it. And it's pretty slick. But you know what? We're the first ones to say we got over 70 tools, and we say this to our members. Pick and settle in on what works for you. Don't feel as though you got to use them all. Don't always be looking for a holy grail. The holy grail is you. It isn't going to be one tool. It's going to be you. But you do need good tools because entries really, really do matter, right? And I really was, pretty confident. I said to Susie, we can get a really good entry tonight. So I was really looking forward to getting this trade on. I think we could. Probably could have got a little earlier, but we got it. We're on it. And in fact, what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to use the matrix on this one. So I'm going to set a break even stop on this. So I don't get careless. Don't want to get careless. Bear with me here. And you're going to see when I place this right beside the 25 there, and you see the NQH25, there'll be a little asterisk, and that'll be a reminder that I have my stop on. Now I could use the machine, but I don't want to overtrade tonight. I just want to go after that big fat, that one. And but if the market rallies, I don't want to lose. I just don't want to lose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a a profit target, a buy stop at 21,413.5, which means that I'll make 105 bucks. And that's fine. However, if the market craps out, and maybe, I'm going to be up for a while, but and sleep at this point seems like such a waste of time to me, but you got to sleep, got to refresh your brain. But I might I might tighten it up. Otherwise, then I'll just let it go. Get up in the morning, get stops out, we make 100 bucks. If the market craps out, well, and every once in a while, you'll be up. The next thing you know, oh, isn't that nice? I'm up 3,000. I'm up 5,000. I'm up. It could really, just as it did last night. We didn't get that one though, but it happens a lot. We like to trade the Nasdaq because it's the crazy aunt in the basement, and it really moves around. And if you can trade the Nasdaq, you can trade anything. But we have tools to help. Robot assisted robot. By the way, that Intuitive Surgical, that ISRG, that stock that was up there, that is Intuitive Surgical. That's the surgical robot I was talking to you all about. They might have earnings. There's a lot of hedge funds, including J&J. J&J owns a big chunk of that company. They own a lot of shares in that company. Um, a lot of hedge funds in that company too. The reason being is it's a technology that is going to be difficult to duplicate, and they gotta jump on it. Those systems got to be in the hospital, and they're not gonna pull them out. I think where they're gonna run into some issues, we'll see, is that it's fantastic equipment for really complicated surgery, but it's overkill. You don't need it to take out a gallbladder. Although they would have you believe, you could, and that's the job of their salespeople and the sales teams, is to expand the usage. I think that's going to be a tough plateau to overcome, but still a very, very good company, very, very, very good technology. One day, I think, you might see a J&J just take them right over at $1,000 a share. You never know. Okay, so this is something here I just happened to see on the Twitter. Los Angeles Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh to undergo two procedures in the off season. One is a hip replacement surgery. Well, you're not going to really use a robot for that, but the other procedure is cardiac ablation. Um, Now they might use the robot there, and that's unfortunate. He's a relatively young guy. What they do there is for folks who have AFib, atrial fibril. It's easy to say AFib, right? Atrial fibrillation. A little tired, but it's heart fluttering. And when you look at the heart, you got I think it's the left atrial appendage, and it looks like a little catcher's mitt. That's the way I can only describe it. And it kind of hangs off the heart a little bit. And the blood has a tendency to collect in there too. Um, but the heart can flutter. So what they'll do is they will score, they they will ablate the surface of the heart. It's crazy what they do. They're not just it's not just cardiovascular surgeons operating the heart. They got these electrophysiologists and they ablate the surface of the heart. And what they're doing is they're trying to, and they measure it while they're doing it. It's freakish. I, I've seen it done, been around it a lot, but it's just these guys are brilliant, and what they're doing is they're trying to interrupt the electrical impulses of around the surface of the heart to keep it from, fluttering. Um, Pretty successful, and you'll probably feel a whole lot better. Um, the hip surgery should be routine, and he'll probably have the best lithopods. I've seen thousands of those, but so that's where that intuitive surgical, though, there's just, expanding procedures. I think there's a limit, but they've gone on and done a whole lot more than I ever thought they would. So hopefully maybe you guys own some stock in it. ISRG, Intuitive Surgical Robot. We do not use moving averages here. There's only a couple places we use them, but we don't use them at all in our strategies, our robots for entries. We don't. They lag. They're sloppy. We just don't use them. Um, really don't use stochastics. Don't use the MACDs. Um, this has a paint bar to it on a five. This is a 5-minute chart in this paint bar, but it has a painted bar to it, and it matches the 5-minute radar perfectly, right? So if this is red, the bars will be red. If this is yellow, they're yellow. Oh, if this is a rip, it's a dark red. There's a dark red in here. We don't put in a fourth color because it's a little too busy. But we can't make it yellow because we got to distinguish between a rip and dip. So the dips are yellow here and the rips are dark red. Over here, the dips are yellow and the rips are yellow too with a red lettering. But that's how we can, just very quickly interpret, and you get so that we constantly have Swing Machine up on all kinds of charts, everything, and it's like brushing our teeth. I mean, we can just instantly look and know where we are on the field, what's happening, and right now things are still pretty quiet. Although look at the VIX. The VIX is perked up a little bit here tonight. I don't know what that's about. And I think are we done with Biden? Is he done? I, I tell you what, just can't take him off stage. I think I hope he's done. I wish him well. Mm, God. Mm. I don't have a TV in the office. Strongly suggest that you don't either. Just distract you, make you stupid. Um, love to read, love to listen to music, get some exercise, read some more. Um, Twitter is a nice distraction. We like to do the YouTube. We like creating awareness of who we are, what we're doing, meeting new people. Just in the last week or 10 days, we've had folks sign up on all different levels from Singapore, Norway, Daniel in Norway. I don't know what time it is in Norway. Hopefully he's sleeping maybe. Um, the Netherlands, Belgium, Hungary, Germany, Canada, and of course the States. We're based, Susan and I, in Tampa, Eastern Standard Time. The version of TradeStation we're using is 10.0, 10.0. So if you're in another part of the world, you want to find out if you have designs of being an annual member, you do need to go through a Q school, but you first want to find out, do you have access to TradeStations 10.0? Because our programs will only work on that. But you don't need TradeStation to be a monthly member or nor to go through Q School. It's just that you get more out of it if you do. We can help you a lot. then we can shorten up the learning curve to really just, get you up and running in just a couple of days. And then we want to be able to, and we can send you program during the 3 week Q school. We can send you programs so you get to load Swing Machine on your desktop and work with it. We want you to, have a chance to swing the clubs. Now you have to stop and think about this, right? We've been doing this a long time, right? But if we had, um, I can't promise an outcome, right? I can't because I don't know what people will do. But I think if you stay proportional, stay patient, stay disciplined, um, I think you're going to do just fine. And if we didn't, you know, one, I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't give, a person, let's say another person wouldn't give you 3 weeks to work with their tools, right? Um, we don't have any issue with that at all. You know, we want you to, and we want you to, and we want to be able to give you the education on how to use them, right? Um, the well, it's just like getting a surgical outcome. We want to try to help you get a better trading outcome. We want to try to provide you a community. Now we don't have a trading room. We do have a live Zoom where you can reach us, but we're not running a trading room where people are high-fiving and, oh, I made a bunch of money, and oh, I did that, and oh, look at this candle. We're not doing any of that. But we are a community where not all these tools come from me, by the way, right? Swing Machine comes from Susan. Um, and then, we worked on these together, but not all of them come from us. Many, I don't know if many, but a lot come from our members. So that that is something that I didn't think was going to happen when we started Stock Market Caddy back in 2012. We didn't start out to do this. We were doing it long before, but members started then seeing and working with the tools. I'm like, well, could we do this? Could we do that? Could we do this? Could we do that? And then we saw, like, yeah, let's program that. So there's a community of people like trading, passionate about it, and looking to get better and looking for better and better tools. And so to that end, we will help to try to build them. You don't have to be a programmer. If you are, great, but we'll try to build them. And then, we want to support your efforts as best we can. I don't intrude, right? So we have monthly members. I can only do so much there, but our annual members, but I don't call like, how you doing? You trading today? I don't do that. But I try to make it clear, try to make it evident to everybody. We want you to do well. And if you reach out, I'll be there to help you. We can always come up with an idea, that maybe we could do this, maybe we could do something else. And we're never, short of that. So outcome, community, support, and hopefully we can save you some time. I think what I'm going to do tonight for you all, you've been very patient and it's late. I'm going to let it run all night for you. Um, and I have a stop on it. I'm going to be here up until probably about 11:30 midnight, but I think I'll let it run. And so if you want to check in later and see how we do, and we'll see where we are in the morning. And I'm going to set some alerts if anything should go haywire. You never know. You always got to be ready. But if anything was to go haywire in the market, I'm always more comfortable being usually. short than long. But we get a hard stop, and I would be alerted. Now, I stole this phrase from Intuitive Surgical because they say robot assisted surgery, but you got to be a surgeon to use it. And equally, you need to be a a good trader with good acquired trading skill to operate these robots. And it's incredible what they can do, right? It really is. It's great. That surgical robot, it isn't, a surgeon, if it's really neat if you go to the website, the surgeon sits in it like a capsule, and then his team of nurses, clinicians will insert all these trocars into the patient. It was developed by the military, with the idea being a surgeon could do surgery back, in the field and from the front line. But what's wild about it to me is when you do laparoscopic surgery, they watch on a monitor on a flat. It used to be the tubes, right? But they watch on a flat screen, and it's two-dimensional, just like your TV. It's two-dimensional. But when you're working with the robot, the image, the image is three-dimensional. It's wild. It's wild. So the you can actually see the anatomy better, better than if you open the patient. Certainly if you're in the room, right? It's really incredible. And then they can magnify the image, right? So when they're working on the prostate, for instance, a lot of nerves, a lot of nerves. You gotta have nerves of steel, right? To be the surgeon. Well, getting at that anatomy is very, very dicey. And so when they use that robot for that procedure, the imagery is incredible, and the machine don't shake or anything. I mean, very, very fine. It's really remarkable. I'm concerned for, this whole thing of government healthcare because, I don't know if we're seeing even now the innovation. Oops, I don't mean to do that. The innovation that we used to see, right? We used to see a lot of innovation, and maybe I'm not as close to it as I was, but um, I'm just gonna kind of dress this up here a little bit. Um, because if there's not, if the profits aren't there, if a company can't make profit, and profit is going to be demonized, then you're not going to have innovation. People aren't going to take risk. People aren't going to aren't going to innovate, and then everybody pays the price. Okay, so we'll just look at this together, right? And this is what we'll do quite a bit of, in the beginning. It's much more than this, much more than this, during Q school. But you see the level of support, the swing support being drawn out. So we got a contact point here, we got a contact point here, and we are headed up. Now this is the 5 minute. So the 5 minute is still short on swing. But I can also see the 1 minute now. The 1 minute, and we don't have the 1 minute up here. The 1 minute is long. Um, if this was in the normal part of the day, um, maybe the prudent thing would be, just and maybe even still is the prudent thing is go ahead and take that money. But but I'm not going to do that. If we run back up and get above, I'm only going to make $100, then that'll be it. I'll be out and, we'll get up in the morning and do it again. I'm not gonna automate. Um, Going into a Thursday, we got pretty decent profits for this week, and so at this point of the week, I'm not gonna trade on Friday. I might do a YouTube session on Friday, so but I'm not gonna trade on Friday. And so when we have decent profits going into a Thursday, my game plan is I play a prevent defense. I want to score some points, maybe have a chance to have another positive outlier, big positive outlier, but I don't want to fuck it up, right? I don't want the market to score on me, right? And take that away, right? So and we teach that and how to do that and what programs to run and how you can do that. So I take a little bit more risk, not just with not margin, I'm not trading, 10 contracts or anything, but at the beginning of the week, I'm a little more patient, on Sunday and on Monday, so I got time. Oh, you're okay, Keiko. What part of Jamaica, Keiko, is home for you? I meant to ask you earlier, and Keiko is from Jamaica and he's living in Maryland, and he's been trading. Keiko, what we decided to do, we didn't do much more. Keiko was you were here, Keiko, this morning. Remember when we took this down with we got in here with I think it was here, wasn't it? No. It was over here. It was over here. This was yeah, it was right here. So Keiko and then maybe others here that remember, but I'll just update Keiko. Keiko, you recall this morning we didn't get the big move. We didn't get it. We didn't have the machine on. I was on the phone and I got all kinds of excuses, but we didn't get the big move. So that's fine. We missed it. But when we ran up, we established the high. And then on the dip, we came in with three micros on the way down. We had a high water mark, what, Keiko, of what, maybe $250, maybe $300. And then we ended up taking a profit like above 100. And then we started to come back up and we got long in here, three more micros. And we made like 20, 25 or $30 and I just killed it. And I even said we might run back up. And you know what? We did. And if I had stayed with just three micros, it probably would have paid it another $1,000. I mean, you could have done that with the micros on the NQ pay. You can trade one, two, three of them and do just fine. So you don't have to be trading a mini. Don't feel as though you do. Um, But I said to Susan, we didn't do anything further in the afternoon. We were busy doing a lot of things and still, managing options. But I said, I think we can get on it tonight. So here we are. We've got this high tight range. We know the public market's gapped up. So we got on this trade earlier, Keiko. This is with a mini. And we did it earlier tonight. I punched up, on YouTube so you can see it. And we had a little bit of a drawdown, and now we got that little profit, and we got it locked in. I put it on mechanically, and put it meaning I put the trade on, um, and it's locked. So if the market should rally, I'll make $105. However, if the market craps out and goes down to try to fill that gap overnight, or when Europe wakes up, or in the early hours of the morning, then we could have a nice positive outlier. What's a positive outlier? Two, three, four, $5,000, on a mini. It would be for this particular strategy would be an outlier because, well, actually not two. 2,000 is the average winner. So anything over 2,000 would be certainly 4,000, 5,000, 8,000. The long today was up 9,000, Keiko, from this morning. A swing machine went long the NQ at 3:30 in the morning. Then, of course, the market, jumped on 8:35. I still don't know why, because I don't think that CPI is bullish, but they did. And in the afternoon, after we signed off, the 5 minute continued to run, as you know. And when the market was up here, that position from earlier in the morning was up $9,000. That is a positive outlier, right? Because the average winning trade is two. So, you know, but that's fine. We didn't get it. We don't get them all. Um, it happens. What we don't want are negative outliers. We have zero tolerance for negative outliers. And I can say that because I can show you how. Yeah, yeah, that's good. That was good. And so, there's everyone says, cut your losers, let your winners run and everything else, but they don't show you how, right? I don't even know if they know how, right? But we're going to use technology when we have you in the queue, and we're going to show you how. And our programs are written to do it, but we're going to show you how to do it because you need to be able to do it when you fly the plane. You do. Any other questions, let me know. And we'll be here. And then when I break away, I'll let you watch and let you root for it, I guess, right? When I look at this, you're down on support though, right? So that's why entries do matter. We're in up a little bit higher. You can't, if anybody shorts down here, you absolutely, you can't let it get over that. You can't. You just can't. You can't let it get over 21,448. So you got to calculate how much that would be. And even with the micro, that's quite a bit. It would be quite a bit of money still. You'd have to calculate it at so much a point. We break here, we're going to go after that gap. That clicking is Ted biting his nails. You ever have a dog bite his nails? We brought him to the groomers. Dog bites his nails. He also eats rocks. I don't get it. And he eats well. He eats well. In fact, they're going to eat really, really well the next few days. I found two filet mignons that were stuffed in our freezer. Um, but they're like really old. They've been in there. They say that you can eat them, but I'm not gonna. I told Susan I'm not eating them. They're like years old. They're like 4 or 5 years old. I don't know how they got stuck back there. So we're gonna cook them for them. They'll have a few days. They're gonna be eating the filet mignon. They're good dogs. We don't do that at all, right? They normally get normal dog food, right? But I don't know about a steak that's. I looked at the package. I'm like, Susan, we had a couple of fillets here. And I looked at the date. I'm like, holy crap. It was like from 2020. I'm like, they've been stuck way back in the freezer. So I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, I As a general rule, you're right, Keiko. As a general rule, I would rather short or fade off of resistance than off of a support line, right? If we do it, um, then you're gonna have to have a stop, maybe in the middle of the range, right? We have a beautiful, beautiful program. We ran it here, Keiko. You may have seen it. We haven't run it for a few weeks. We ran it for a few weeks, and it trades the opening range. The opening range. Now, that is not an idea or a concept that we did. It was brought to us by a member, and we weren't familiar with it. And I thought it was a little bit half baked at first, but I got it. And it's the idea is that when a stock when a not just the stock, but we do it with the futures. So when the futures open and the public comes in at about 9:30 or 9, you do it like from really should probably do it like from 9:15 on. The thing will oscillate wildly, and it'll establish a kind of a high and a low, and they call that the opening range. And then once the market, if it breaks the upper range, the idea is you buy it. If it breaks the lower range, you sell it. Um, but some of the programs that are out there are pretty not very sophisticated, and so you can't, like, well, how long do I do that for, right? How long do I test the open range? So I test it for like 15 minutes, for 1 hour. I mean, that's important. So we wrote in the capacity to do it, and then you can back test it. And then so the back test will tell you, you need to do the opening range for like 15 minutes. You do it like on every minute. Um, and then we also wrote it so that you could do it on price charts, like with point and figure or with Rinko or with line break. And it's really good. It's really good. And you can set the number of trades that you want to make. You can set the profit targets, the stop losses, and the clocks and the times. And oh my God, we got a lot of optionality. And we're actually going to build in more optionality to it. We just haven't had a chance. Um, and it's really good. And one of the things that we'll do with these swing points here is I didn't want to make the screen too busy, but we will load them in a second time. We load it in not just once, but we'll load them in a second time. And then we have major resistance in major support. And then we have minor support and minor resistance. And then now we can get, and now the machine is trading swing, right? So it's not paying attention to these guys right here, right now. But we have programs that it can and can and we actually have what we call proximity fuses, so that when the price action gets, so like maybe you're sitting here like, Jesus Christ, excuse the French, but Jesus, when's this thing going to get to the support or the resistance? Oh my God, it ain't getting there. It's like a watch clock. It never happens. And then you walk away and then you come back and you find, oh my God, it went up and touched it. I wish I had known. So we have proximity fuses, and you can set it so that if it comes within so many points, a certain percentage of support or resistance that you established, then alert you, send you a text, send you a message, or alert you, make a sound, and we can do that. We can set proximity fuses to anything and everything, so that you're maximizing your time and you're not tethered to the machine. Because if you get tethered to the machine and you're just staring at a screen all day, um, you're going to begin to see things. You just do. You start seeing shit that's not there. I've done it. I know. Maybe you won't, but I did. It was like, oh, this is not good. And it make you bad. It make you crazy. And then, and you get days, that the market moves really, really fast. Okay, that's fine. And that's easy to do. But then when it's really slow, that's really when you need the machine to relieve you, to help you out. Hopefully we get a break here. We'll see together. This is our what we call a GPS. This one here is GPS near and GPS distant. And we teach we can trade these in and of themselves, right? But you can see it, we've really just flattened out here, right? Um, Europe will wake up about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, but we could get a little move. And and sometimes right now it's 11:27. So you notice like I like to go to bed or like around midnight or so, 12:30, and I get plenty of sleep. But um the reason why is I seem to think and I seem to see a lot of times the market will wait for the East Coast to go to bed. And they go to bed, they're probably in bed now, but certainly by 11:30, they're going to bed, most of everybody. And sometimes you'll get some pretty good moves in that first hour. They'll take advantage of them. Mhm. They got to get up early. They got to go to work. And when I was doing the surgery gig, it was early. It was early. I had to go to bed. You had to get up. Um, I will periodically get up and check, but we're just checking the machines, right? And I can go back. I get plenty of sleep. That's a great question, Norm. We're mostly intraday, but we do um, swing trade. So how we define that, so we trade futures intraday. And the reason why we do that is because futures are highly liquid. Um, they're accessible, like we can be trading right now, right? They're around the clock virtually. They close very briefly. Um, a lot of different markets, and the liquidity is very tight. Now it's a little less so at this hour, but during the day, very, very tight. So we trade, and we don't have to deal with the Greeks. There's no Greeks. If we swing trade, how we define swing trade is if I put on a trade, now I might put on a futures trade that goes on in the morning and I might be in it the next day, but I got the machinery on it, right? So it's still intra. I'm prepared to come out at any minute. Um, but a swing trade is going on for anywheres from 1 day, a zero DTE. When we were been doing those long before they were calling them zero DTE. We didn't even know. We didn't. We just called them 1 day, DTEs. But we will do them normally 35 to 45 days options. But we will do them for a couple of days, or 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. And we'll do the basic calls and puts. But we also do a debit spreads, credit spreads, and we love to do credit spreads. That's what we love to do. Then sometimes we'll go out a few months, but we'll use options. We do um, we do invest, and an investment for us would be anything we plan on holding for more than a year. And if we're going to hold it more than a year, we're planning on holding it for a few years. And as we go further out, we're not going to use any leverage. And we're going to buy stock and we're going to average in and we're going to hold it. So when we're trading intraday, we got our machinery on it, we got eyes on it, we're paying attention, and we're using a proportional margin. When we're using options, or swing trading, we're not paying attention to the intraday traffic. Like I would never be, if I had an option on the S&P, I'm not going to be up watching this. I mean, why would I, right? I don't even look at it intraday, right? And we have options on the S&P right now, and I don't make any decisions on the intraday traffic of a swing trade. I don't, unless I'm fine tuning an exit. I know I'm coming out that day, and I want to try to get the peak of that day or whatever. Um, and then if we're investing, I'm not going to pay any attention to certainly not going to pay attention to the intraday, and I'm not going to pay attention to the day to day. I'm going to be looking at our programs on a weekly basis because you can see, this is set at 1 and 5, right? We can set this. Oh, just as an example here, it's late, but let's just show norm. We can set this at 60 minute. So this NQ actually went long 15 hours ago, and you would have been up, that was at 9 a.m. Even at 9 a.m., you could have gone and you'd be up 2100. We can set it on a daily basis, right? Time frame. We can set it on a daily, weekly, monthly. We can use ticks. We can set it on transactionals. Um, and we use price charts too. We use point and figure. We use Renko. Thanks. How do you trade? How did you trade with ES or NQ? Not sure what you mean. Let me go put this back and I'll try to answer your question if I understand it. Thanks. How do you trade or how did you trade the Russell, ES, and NQ? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Right now, we're just focused on the NQ, but if you want to see those other markets, um, we got over 70 proprietary tools. So, you know, we don't really change from day to day per se, but we got a lot of different and we got a lot of different members doing a lot of different things, so I can't tell you, I guess just this one way, right? Um, we're all about tracking our profit factor, right? Profit factor. Hopefully you know what a profit factor is. So that's what we track too. But if you want to clarify that question, I'll try to answer it. Sorry that we can't communicate here through YouTube. I think one day we're going to be able to do that. I think. Um, Again, I haven't had a chance. YouTube tells us that we've been monetized now, and I don't know what that necessarily is going to mean. I don't know if I can eventually hear your voices. If I can, it'll be easier. But we do have Zoom feeds for our Q School students. One, we do we Q School is one-on-one. We don't do groups, one-on-one. And annual members have access 24 hours a day, 7 day, 6.5 days, 5.5 days, to come into the Zoom and reach us, at any time. Yeah. We've been using Zoom before Zoom was Zoom. Norm, if you have any stocks or you have any markets on an interval you're choosing, you want us to plug them in onto Swing Machine, you let me know and I'll do that. We're not using moving averages. We're not using stochastics. We're not using MACDs. Everyone thinks when they see a histogram, they think it's a MACD, right? Um, it's just, a histogram is just a way to see what you need to see. But Norm, do you trade stocks or you trade futures? Yeah, ES 3 minute. I like to trade the 3 minute too, actually. What we'll do is we'll set up Swing Machine on ideally is 135, and I do like to trade the three. Um, and we also from here we can trade. So this is all machined. I don't know what platform you're using. Are you using TradeStation? We can trade, as an example, we can program in ES. Yes. We can, or did you mean yes? I'm not sure. ES. Yes. Um, we can trade um, for instance, you know, you could trade the 3 minute, I'm a little tired, but you could trade the 3 minute in the direction of like the 5 minute or maybe the 7 minute. We'd want to back test for that. So we can trade multiple time frames, um, have the program trading multiple or evaluating multiple time frames and trading one time frame. So one of the things that we like to do is if the 1 minute is in the same direction as the 3 and the 5, we'll take the 1 minute. We'll trade and we'll have the machine trading it, right? We can do that. Um, Another thing that we can do is actually hedging. So if you let's say you were trading the 5 minute, if you're trading the 5 minute, the profits are going to be bigger, the drawdowns are going to be bigger, and you got to have a little more staying power. Well, you don't want your account to be too volatile. So what you can do is, let's say that we're going to trade the 5 minute in one direction, and usually we'll go long, right, on a day. Maybe not here where the market is now, but at another time when it's a little bit overdone, we want to play it to the long side. And so we'll set the 5 minute long. The 5 minute gets into a long trade, and then what will happen is the 1 minute will then we can play the 1 minute short, but we won't use the NQ, we'll use the MNQ. and we won't use 10 mini or a mini, we'll do like 5 micros. So now we can be hedging the position. So when the 5 minute gets long and you're up 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, then you're like, oh man, I want to take that money. And then the thing pulls back to like 2,500 or 2,000. If you hedged, the 1 minute should trip off. You don't use as much leverage, or you can adjust the leverage that would trip off and go short. What it does is it reduces the volatility in your account, and then you truly become, your own hedge fund. You're hedging, and hedging is a great way to go because we hedge when we use options too, right? It smooths out. It's less expensive with options, but it also smooths out your account volatility. Um, the only problem with Toss right now is, it's a fine platform, but you can't do any automated trading, and you probably never will. No, and you don't have a radar screen, and I don't think there's any. I don't think Toss holds a candle to TradeStation. I just don't. But that's okay. We have plenty of members that have it. We have it. We have it too. So we do have it. Okay, another really good question. Have you used TradeStation? Oh, okay, good, good, good. We know the platform extremely well. They're excellent company, excellent support, but we know it really, really well. We can expedite one's learning curve. Programs, we have over 70 proprietary programs, and they only work on TradeStation 2 for the annual member. If a person's a monthly member, you can have anything. You're still going to do very well. We think, right? How much money? Um, I don't know what the minimum is, but let's say it's $5,000. Um, it's either 2,500 or 5,000. Yeah, you don't have to be a programmer, easy language, but we are, right? So Susan and I are pretty good programmers. Not by trade, but although Susan Susan worked for IBM, and I taught surgeons how to do surgery for years. Right, we've been doing this a long time. Doing early 2000s. Stock Market Caddy's been here since 2012. but we don't advertise. So a little bit of a miracle you found us. Um, was I going to say, account size. Can a person trade with as little as $5,000? Yes. Yes. Um, but I would not suggest that they trade a mini, right? During normal hours, giving me robots, please, sir. Oh, okay. Human science. Okay. I don't know about that, but um, during normal hours from 9 to 4, the amount of capital required to trade a mini is $2,400. But if your account is only $5,000, that wouldn't be a good idea. You wouldn't want to use 50% of your account, especially on the NQ, because if you lose $500, you don't want to lose 10% of your capital. So, um, you, but you could trade a micro. So for instance, we just did a couple of little things today. Norm, we traded, 3 micros earlier today. We missed the big move that came in the wee hours of the morning. I didn't have the program on, and yada yada. Um, but easily, and I took it off early. We were on a decent trade on the bounce, but you could have made, trading 1, 2, 3 micros. You could have made, 1,500, 2 grand today pretty easily. Um, so if you trade a micro, the amount of margin is during from 9 to 4 is like $240 thereabouts, $250. So, but you just don't want to be losing, more than, $50, $60, if your account is $5,000, and you just gotta, um, work and practice and grow the account. And the thing of it is, a person could have $250,000 and still be undercapitalized if they over leverage, right? You can over leverage anything, but the minimum account is either 2,500 or 5,000. I'm in India. Message, sir. Please help me. I'm more trader help. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I unless something's changed, India doesn't have TradeStation, so um you can't get these tools. Yeah. Um, only certain countries. More years your YouTube. I'm not sure I'm understanding you. Are you looking to help me with my YouTube channel? Is that what it is? I think so. Um, Not really interested. Um, let's see here. What margin on TradeStation for E-mini? Um, During the from 9 to 4, don't hold me to this, but I think it's like about 17, 1800, something like that, on an E-mini, on a mini. After hours, it would be, like 18 grand. The NQ at this hour is $24,000. During the day, it's about 2,400. If it's a micro, it's 1/10 that. That makes sense. But they have it on their website and they fluctuate. So don't hold me to that, right? I don't work for them. I don't, represent them. I don't have any relationship with them. So I don't want to, just a very, very happy customer of theirs. They're extremely good. So they have all that. So I would never make a decision. Me personally, I would never make a decision on a platform based on the margin. Not me. I don't. It's a wonderful gift that they all do. I'm more interested in the technical capacity of the platform and the support and the tools that they provide, and they're in so they're just extremely good. Not saying anything bad about Toss. Like I say, we have it. It's just, you know, it is what it is. So very fine. And Ninja, I have seen Ninja, and we have a lot of members have Ninja, have both, right? Why don't have both or have multiple? Nothing wrong with that too. No, the stream is still here, Graham. But it is midnight. We've been on. We're going to leave it up and running. So we'll be back in the morning. We're here off and on. You can follow for free, and you can push the notification button when we punch up. Um, it's a little too late for me now, unfortunately, to explain to you the tools that are in front of you. But if you go to the website, we are in a nutshell we're a machine. Um, Robot assisted traders, Susan and I, and we've been doing this for about 25 years, 24 years now. Susan worked at IBM. I worked teaching surgeons, and we started trading ourselves in the early 2000s, and then Stock Market Caddy came out of the ground before Twitter. Before Twitter, it was like in 2011, 2012, thereabouts, just before Twitter. And and so we mentor those people that um, want to trade without the emotion of fear and greed, um, and in order to maximize their time, maximize their capital. Um, we're trying to help people improve their trading outcomes. We're trying to provide a community of like-minded traders that are algorithmic and provide support. In the end, though, the person needs to learn to trade their own game. I'm studying computer science right now. Lots of interesting stuff in the oh, well, that's really good. Where are you doing that, Graham? Where are you doing? We're on a little bit of a delay. Oh, wait. One of the most successful investors or traders, Bucknell. Oh, great school. Good for you. Good for you. Good, good, good. Great. Um, like I say, I'm not from Madison. I'm not from Madison Avenue, and I'm not from Wall Street. For 25 years, I taught surgeons how to do surgery, and Susan worked for IBM and for Lotus Software. In the early 2000s, when the technology came out, Graham, we said, we're going to build trading systems. And that's what we started doing for ourselves. And then in 2012, we started sharing it with our little club of private stock market caddy. A lot of these tools are built in, have built in, we we've been doing it. It was an AI function. I don't want to just throw out AI as a buzzword, but it was AI. They're intelligent. They can make which is beautiful about what you're doing and what you're studying. Um, I only wish, that it was there when I was, going to school. I mean, it was just starting, but we can build these robots. It's not that the robot is going to make someone a great trader if they don't have any trading skill, but they're like a flight control for a plane. They're like, you know, but you still need to be a pilot, right? And I always make the reference to Intuitive Surgical because that was my background. Not I didn't work for them. I worked that robot, but they talk about robot assisted trading and excuse me, surgery, robot assisted surgery. I borrowed that phrase. Um, and but you need to be a surgeon to operate that robot. You need to have good acquired trading skill to work these robots and to get the job done. So that's what we're doing. So stay with your studies. But the gentleman that I want to mention to everybody, do a Google search on Jim Simons. He recently passed away, unfortunately, but do a Google search. This guy embarrasses, Warren Buffett and the other guy. He was 41 years old. He started what was the one of the or the most successful hedge fund ever called Renaissance Capital. He's a math whiz, and he worked for the NSA and everything else. And in 41, he started Renaissance Capital. He had thousands and like I don't know, something like 35,000% return. It's not open to the public, only employees, and even Charlie Munger, who also recently passed away, said there wasn't anybody that could put a candle to him. But the big but, if you watch his interviews and there's some real pearls if you listen to him. He's really forthcoming. Um, the I was reading a thing. I'll come back to it. Um, not Buffett. His sidekick, there, Charlie Munger, said that he was very, very good short term, meaning virtually intraday. So that's what he was doing. But as he went further out, not so good. And you can only do it so big, right? We're doing it for ourselves. Our members are doing it for ourselves. Um, you know, I don't know how I would approach if I was going to be responsible for, trading or investing, $20 billion. I don't know. I don't know about that. That would be, that would be different, right? That kind of money. Um, you know, and you can't, so that's where we have a huge, as individual traders, we have a huge advantage, right? To get in and do what you want to do. So you said my dad does the same thing with his investing. Just has a system that his falls and he rebalances every month, and it can get complicated. Yeah, no problem. All good. All good. Have your dad check us out too. Especially if he does likes to trade options. We don't pay any attention to the narratives or to the noise. We're all about signals over noise. If I'm going to invest, if I plan on holding a stock from a year or more, then yes, I'm going to consider fundamentals and I'm not going to use leverage. And yeah, I'm going to rebalance. I'm going to do all kinds of averaging in and all kinds of stuff. But that's as an investment. Trading, I don't really care about the narratives. I don't care about the noise. All I care is the signals. Let me give you all that are here some signals for tomorrow. Um, my way of saying thanks for stopping by. So let me show you something. This tool gives you the options this is called the SMC defined risk. It's a club selector. Club selector. Think about it. You got to reach into your golf bag and pull out a trade. These stocks here, this is what the tool is suggesting for option trade, going out 30 to 45 days. Now, exactly where you place the call, where you place the credit spreads or the debit spreads, that requires some option savviness, which we teach. Over on this side, though, look at all these. These are all on the dark side. All these stocks over here, and this is them. And I'm going to scroll down so that you can slow this down and come back and look at these. But these are the trades that our members will be putting on in the next day and two, and they get them every night. So just the other day, they got along on Tesla, was in position. We were talking about getting on. We even mentioned it on YouTube at about 206. It went down to 200. They've picked up, what it's trading at, I think two and a quarter. Netflix, we brought that to our monthly members' attention last night. I mean, they just keep coming. I mean, just keep coming. I mean, there was like 30, 40 points in Netflix. Um, and then if you like to do iron condors, these are the stocks here. Iron condors are both neither long nor they're neither bullish nor bearish. And these are the stocks here that represent the best iron condor candidates. Now, exactly where you place them and how you place them, again, requires some skill and some knowledge as an example. But let's go back to where we were. And bag is going to be, I'm going to be going to bed. But we have a locked in, this trade is locked in. If it pops up on me while I'm asleep, I'll make $100. I'll make $105. If it runs down and fills that gap from earlier this morning, which I think there's a good possibility, good probability, I'll make a few grand. You guys will probably see it before I do. And we're gonna let you watch. We're gonna let you watch overnight. We don't usually do that. We usually sign off, but I'm gonna let you watch. So you want to check in later. Um, if there's any other questions, I've got to upload the nightly video to our members, and I'll answer any last minute questions. And give me a few minutes, and then I'm gonna say nighty night. Keep studying, Graham. What year are you in? Yeah, no problem. A lot of good stuff, man. Also, in the ear. I mean, this whole AI, I got to tell you, I thought the launch of the internet was going to be crazy, right? And it was. I wasn't so big on social media. Junior year, great, great. What a great school, great time. But obviously, the AI shit is unbelievable, man. I mean, this is huge. This is huge. I think it's, what a great time to be a junior at Bucknell studying computer science. The AI is I think is going to be even bigger than the internet stuff. It's incredible, incredible. And I think about, you know, I mean, I'm just, at the other end, but all these different fields, including surgery, right? Oh my God. There's going to be so much and so much need for, a young person with your education. So you are in a great spot, young fella. And just get out of it everything you can. I've been building an AI app and experimenting with AI agents and great. It's awesome. Phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, when you get really into it, you're obviously doing something you love. I mean, um, it's like you don't even want to sleep. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. You're welcome. Your dad should be proud. And have him, take a peek. We don't, we're not hard selling anybody. We're not. We don't. We only want folks that, you know, recognize what if what we're doing resonates, then it's a win-win. But it was nice meeting you, Graham. We wish you the best out there. Everyone else, thank you. Any other questions, let us know. And but in the next few minutes, I'm going to be brushing my teeth and hitting the hay, and but I'm going to let it run. Um, I'm okay, right? We've had a great week. I won't be trading on Friday. If I only make $100 in the morning, I only make $100. I'm not worried about it. If this thing breaks down, you know, um, we'll deal with it in the morning. And when I say breakdown, if we can pick up two, three, four, maybe 5 grand, if this thing falls apart, it doesn't, no big deal. Like I say, we make 100, but we've had a great week and hope you have too. We're the first ones. Do you think AI might get too far? I don't think so. I'm not too worried about that. I used to be, it still can get some good out of it. I used to, yeah, I'm not afraid of technology. I'm just not. They used to say that about the surgery stuff, right? The reps and stuff used to be like, really, well, we're gonna be out of a job. We're gonna be out of a job. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're just gonna have to. You're gonna have to retool. We're not gonna be doing the same thing the same way, and you're gonna have to, stay up on it. And you're gonna have to keep learning, keep reading, and keep, getting better. So no, I don't. I don't. Now, is AI gonna displace? It's gonna displace people for sure. And is it going to displace, you know, it's going to displace certain areas for sure, right? I mean, it might displace lawyers. It might displace, but it's not going to displace doctors, surgeons. It's going to make them better. It's not going, so you can kind of go through the field. It's certainly not going to displace Graham. I mean, he's a junior at Bucknell, studying computer science and AI now. Oh my God. You know, just, you talk about, you know, an oyster. Um, but but other professions, they could be, and so you got to be up on it. Um, I think for the markets, I obviously partial here. I think this is where it's going to go. I think they're fighting it. I don't think the banks want us doing it. I don't think some of the brokers may not want it. I don't know, but it's coming. It's coming. And it's going to be all over the world. I mean, we got members now all over the world trading everybody's markets. I trade pretty much the US markets, but you could trade, the foreign markets too, if you wanted to. I don't know what's going on with countries like India and Canada and stuff, locking people down and not letting them do it. I don't know what that's all about, but in any case, good night, everybody. And thanks for stopping in. And um, if you're getting it done with whatever you're doing, keep doing it. We're the first ones to do it. Just keep doing it. If you're not getting it done, stop, think, look around, think some more, and decide what makes sense, what direction you want to go. Find a mentor, find someone that can help you maximize your time. Understand you're going to have to work, you're going to have to assume the responsibility. You know, don't join because you this robot or that robot. Don't do that. These are tools. Um, you're going to have to learn how to use them. Just like a skill saw you get from Lowe's. You can go to Lowe's, get a skill saw. It's not going to build your a staircase. You're going to have to learn how to use it. It's going to take time. It's going to, but if it's us, we're ready. So any case, I really got to step aside. I got to get this video out and then I got to get to bed. Good night and enjoy. We'll let you watch. You're not gonna let me go, are you? Um, I tell you what, I got to get the video out. If you stay with me, Norm, I'll answer that question. Any other question, I'll come back. I was just going to write a note here. I got to get the video out to the members. It's going to take me about 5 minutes, and then I'll come back and I'll answer that question and any other question. But then I gotta say goodnight. But I will answer. It's an important one. Give me just a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back. We have a nightly video for all of our monthly, we call base membership. Everyone is a base member, including even the annual. But we have monthly folks that aren't annual, and but they're mostly swing traders. That's what we expect them to be, and or maybe they're just getting a view of who we are. But we have a very, very high retention level too. It's like 90% at the monthly level. Um, they get a nightly video of all of our algos every night. On Sunday, that video is an hour, no more than an hour, no more. Most nights it's 15 minutes, 30 minutes, could be 40 minutes, but we try to keep it down. But it's chock full of trade opportunities for the swing trader. For someone maybe like Norm that wants these tools on their desktop, and we got tons of them, all these radars, all these indicators, all these strategies. They're proprietary, and they're very, very good. I mean, I'm happy you know, to show, but we don't, we have an annual membership, but we don't let anyone sign up as an annual first. We have an interim step. You have to do it once, no matter your trading level. You have to go through what we call a Q school, and it's 3 weeks. And ideally, the person has TradeStation. We want you trading, um, but we want to be able to send you the tools, and we'd like to spend 1 to 2 hours a day with you for 3 weeks. And we want you tracking what you're doing. At the end of that 3 weeks, you're going to really, really know who we are. You're going to know what the tools are. You're going to know what you're doing, or what you've done. And that Q score is $3,000. The monthly is $100 a month. That Q score is 3,000. At the end of the Q school, you have a decision to make. You could take what you've learned and just, you know, go to toss and have a good time. And you're gonna do well. We're confident of that. However, if at the end of the 3 weeks, Noam, you said, Don, I loved it, I really enjoyed it, man, I want all this on my desktop. We're gonna give you 30% of that back. We're gonna give you back $1,000, and you can apply it toward the lease. It's an annual lease of all of our programs. And so that annual lease is 4,000 for the first year. So it'll actually only be three. We push out the expiration date a couple of weeks because it takes us about a week, 10 days to get you everything. We don't want you paying for something you don't have. Then you get all the programs. You get a live Zoom feed. You can connect with us at any time. You are underway. You're trading your own game. Um, if you see something that you want, or you want us to try to program something, we will do that programming for you. We'll backtest it, and we won't charge you. Your prices will never increase. This, if you do really well, the second year, you don't never have to go through the Q school again. The cost is $3,500, and we'll give you the second year. We'll give you 1 month free for your first year, and 1 month free forward, 2 months free. We'll do that for 6 years. So we do have folks who have been with us for over 6 years. Their effective cost is 3,500 cut in half. So they only pay basically 1,750. But they're extremely independent, right? I mean, I might only talk with them just to say, just to shoot the breeze. I mean, they're off and running and doing their own thing. I mean, they become extremely independent, and we just keep building and building more tools, and we don't charge for any of that. So that's the model, and that's what we do. Be sure to look at the website, think it through, um, and and see, and think it through if it resonates with you. If you join as a monthly, um, we will give you, you just let me know, we'll give you what we call a 1 day hall pass. And we'll connect one morning. I'll give you the Zoom link. We'll give you the tour of all the other tools, real time, and then you can spend the rest of the day watching. And you want to shadow trade, so you go right ahead and shadow them. But you haven't been given the full instructions, so I would ask you, maybe trade a micro or something. Be careful. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. And that's the idea. Does it slow down? Does the Q school slow down the membership? Absolutely. We have people that say you shouldn't do that. You'd have a lot more members. Well, yeah, but you know, we think we would have less success because th it, there's a lot. There's a lot. And the issue there is there's a lot of things that folks just, even who have been trading a long time, things that they just don't know. And we've had folks with no experience, and we've had folks with a lifetime experience. And I've never had anyone say at the end of the Q school, you know, that, wasn't any good. I didn't learn anything. I haven't. So that's it in a nutshell. So I'll wait a few seconds if there's any other questions, and then I do need to go get some sleep because we'll be up early. But we will let you watch. And that's where I'm gonna just type in here so folks know I'm not ignoring them. And I do that if there's any other question. Let's see here, I'm just gonna say Don is sleeping. Mm. Don is sleeping. Enjoy. Stop loss in place. By the way, if you look at the website, we have entered into the CME challenges. I think we've done pretty well. The last one we didn't do so great, but um, there's some goofiness to them because you've got to take on extreme risk with their play money. You have to trade on their platform. You can't automate. But the first one they had about I want to say 1,400, and we came in. We were in the top 10 on the last day, and then we ended up coming in 20. We did get under that, but we came in 20. Then they had the next one, or one of them, next one, I think we came in like 50 out of like 2,000. Then they had one, they had 2,400, and we were number 10 on the last day. And we were at 5 in the morning, we were number two. And then at the end of the day, we finished number seven. Number seven. So, thanks for the explanation. Last question in the school. Do you share successfully setups that work in your, oh yeah, 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 yep, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we do it, right? We have, so when you go through the Q school, we have probably about 25 or 30 hours of self-paced education, video on demand that you can watch. But then we have a curriculum that we want to take you through. And we're going to build on what you have. So we would talk to you in advance of the Q school. We'd want to know where you are. We'll probably, be able to help you quite a bit on what you've been doing. And then we're going to take you down a garden path. And every day we're going to be peeling back more and more. And we're going to be with you. And and that's what we do. Yeah. So I'm happy now. The Q schools are one-on-one, and they're 3 weeks. So we only do so many a year. And usually for the last 3 to 4 years, we have stopped on November 1, and then we take a break until the start of the year. And we schedule them weeks and months out. So you just have to, if it is something you're going to do, you probably first want to join as a monthly. It's up to you. But if you say, hey, this is something I want to do, you definitely want to, I think, give me a call, and we can talk over the phone and make sure it's, we answer your questions and that you're doing, what you want to do. It resonates. Let me just show you. I want to show Norm something. Norm, this is pretty, I think this is pretty wild. Um, this is this is an algo that is running on the ES. This is the ES. This Each brick is $1,000. There's an algo printing that out, by the way. There's an algo printing this out. It'll tell you when you want to favor the long side or the short side. It'll tell you when the market is under accumulation or when it's under distribution. It'll also tell you when you might want to take a profit. Mhm. It'll do it automatically. It'll tell you. No, it can trade automatically too. You can't trade automatically at toss. There's also another divergent tool. I don't have it turned on for some reason, but um, we will, at another time. These are what we call the C points. So I want you to stay with me here. This is going back months, right? This is November 6th. November 6th, right? You see it? November 6th. Now, let me show you something. I show everybody this. Now, this is depends upon how somebody wants to play, right? I mean, if a person wants to golf 18 holes and play with a 9-iron, they can, right? A really good golfer can play. It'll take them longer, but he can still play. So this would be like trading with a 9-iron. Watch. What I'm going to show you. This is, I want to get a marker here. All right, so this dot here, this C point, that shows up at the open of this brick right there. That's when that shows up. So stay with me here. Could you have bought here and taken that one brick? Yes, that would have been $1,000. This dot here, this shows up right here. Could you have made another one? Yes, just playing for $1,000. You could have, right? We can validate that. We can see it historically. Could you have done it here? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 trades in a row since October. 14 grand if you traded one mini. Now, the biggest frustration you'd have here is you can't sit here for 6 months waiting for it, right? You have to build in alerts. So they go to your phone and or the trades go in automatically, right? Because you might be out cutting the grass. I mean, you might be out, shoveling. The other thing is you're playing for one brick. This happened today. You could have got in here with us last night and you could have played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 grand. And you would have been frustrated if you just took one. How about this one? You played for one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 grand. Now, the first one you're eventually going to get a loser. Where is the losing trade? You got to risk 2 bricks and a little bit, $2,100. That's how much you have to risk to play that way. You have to let it, yeah, that's the risk. 2,100 to make 1,000, but it's a highly probable payout. If that's too much, then you trade a micro, which would be 210 to make 100. That'd be a long way to go, but But this is beautiful. But all this is automated. This is automated. These are automated. These swing points are all automated. The C points are automated. The divergent tool is automated. Everything is automated. I mean, we just, we don't want to be staring at a screen. I got to clear all that as an example. And we got so many others. I mean, we can do some crazy stuff. And the other part is we can back test. And I'll just say this, and Norm's been trading. I can tell from the questions, and there are others. The back test does not promise anyone anything in the future. It doesn't. But what we can do, for instance, here, that's the whole market. Sorry, we're over here. Um, this program that's running here, we know on the 5 minute swing machine, the average winning trade is $2,000. So we're already up like 50, well, on 15. Well, we didn't took it exactly, but when we have, at the point being is when we have a back test, it gives us a model to shoot against and measure our performance against. And it can tell us like, well, we had one, oh, it wasn't today, but it was yesterday. So we went up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. And I said, guys, look, and I said this on YouTube. You can go back and listen to the video. We did it live. I said, guys, the average payout is 2,000. We're up. We were just up 4,300. We started to see some weakness. We started to see some divergence. So let's take the profit. We took the profit. And sure enough, it went the other way. I mean, it went the other way one or two times. I mean, it could have been a huge day, but we also don't trade all day unless the machine is totally doing it. And that day I wasn't. Thank you for your questions. I've got to break away. Bag is getting a little pooped here. It's 12:30. It's Tampa time. I'm not sure where you are, Norm. Everyone, thank you. For you all to be here at this hour, you have to be very passionate about the markets. So visit the site, take your time, no rush. Take a week to take whatever time. Watch the videos, think about what you're seeing. If it resonates with you and you want to chat about it, you can give me a call. But I would just ask you and try to, review and understand the pricing on the membership. If you think about it, what we're trying to do is give people an opportunity to say no. Like the monthly membership is month to month. So it's like if they join, person joins, I don't like this, they're out. But that doesn't happen. And we're okay with that. We don't want a lot of people out there not happy. And then the Q school, if at the end of the Q school you say, oh, I don't like that. No, we had not many. I can count on one hand. Um, but we did have a person say, like, shit, I didn't know was this involved on. I don't think I want to do it. Like, okay. He did all right, but it's involved. It is involved. You will work hard and we will actually work harder. I can promise you that. We do. It's a lot of work, but we enjoy doing it. Good night, everybody. Enjoy. We're going to let you watch. And again, I have, I'm not running the program here. I've chosen not to do that. I think my risk reward is to the downside overnight. I might get it, I might not. So we set a basically a break even. If it goes against me, I'll make $105, $110, and that'll be it. If it breaks down later while I'm sleeping, we should be in good stead. And we're trading very much in proportion, so we're fine. Good night, everybody. Noam, thanks for your questions. Keiko, good luck. And Graham, study away. Everyone else, have fun. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We had a little issue last night. The Matrix stop um, did not. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened, actually, to be honest with you. But it didn't execute. But regardless, so we lost a little bit. We came back and lost a little bit more. We should have had $100 winner at minimum, but and not had this drawdown. But at the moment, we're short. I put that trade in manually, and now I have set the strategy to what we call adopt real world position. And so now the machine has it. So we're going to let it run. Now, I'd actually like to be trading um, where we are for the week. I'd actually like to be trading 5 micros, um, but we're going to stay. We're going to stay with the mini. We'll stay with the mini. We're going to let it run. So we came into this trade a little bit late too. So good luck, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And I don't want to be that golfer claiming, I wouldn't have hit that bad shot if I didn't have that pebble in my shoe. Um, but we did have it wasn't the strategy, it wasn't TradeStation, but I must have made an error in my late hour. I had that proverbial pebble in my shoe. And we did two things.